Hello, Ruby. Welcome to Kentucky Route Zero. This is such a good game. Hey, Emma. This is probably gonna be a pretty quiet stream tonight. Emily's here too. Hey, guys. This game is really cool, and mainly I want to play it to catch up for the 5th arc, which just came out, and maybe for some of you who have not played the game to experience it. I might do a little editorializing, but I think mainly I'm going to shut up and stay out of the way and let everyone see the cool game. How are we tonight, y'all? I have some tea that I've made with some lemons that I dried a few weekends ago. So if you hear me clinking and clanking, just some tea. Allie's here too. Oh my gosh. Hi, Allie. I bet Carrie feels super left out. The only Londonville player not here. It feels weird to stream by myself after, which I have done before, but so much of my streaming is with other people. Have y'all played Kentucky Route Zero before, or is this kind of your first interaction with it? Where is everyone? Emily says, been a long weekend, but so excited to watch this cool game. Yeah, I'm glad to have you around. I feel like you've been your schedule has been hell lately, so I'm glad to have you. Ruby says first interaction. Ruby, this game is so cool. I'm excited for you to see it. It's kind of outstanding. I'm not going to say much more about it other than that because I won't do it justice, but soon you'll see. Oh, also first time seeing the game for Emily. I'm so excited. It's one of my top 10 games of all time, and I'm very excited to get to the 5th arc. This game has been released in installments. The last one just came out. We probably won't get there tonight. I haven't decided yet because I'm going to finish the game this weekend. Maybe we'll stream Saturday night or Sunday to get through all of it. But Allie hasn't seen it either. Yeah, it's a good game. Emma has played it, but is excited to see it again. Yeah. I think I was looking at my Twitch history, and I streamed the first few acts of this game, what feels to me like a year ago, and according to Twitch was only 6 months ago, so it hasn't been that long, but it feels right to kind of start fresh from the beginning for this game. And also they've released the interludes, which are these little episodes that go in between the arcs, which I have never experienced at all. So those are totally new to me. I guess you probably haven't heard any game sound yet. Let me know how levels are. We can actually do some adjusting. Hey, Bug. So if I sound too loud, or if the game is too loud, or if you need more of either, please LMK. Cool, this is exciting. I didn't think we were going to get so many people like last minute on a Friday night, but I'm thrilled that everyone is here. Bug does not know anything about this game, and I'm excited. I'm amazed that this is so many people's first interactions with the game. It's so fucking cool. We're gonna get through as much of it as we can tonight. Let's jump in. Let's get started. To adjust all my little things. So we'll start from the beginning. Oh, wow. This This is new to me. This new menu. This looks really cool. Oh, this game sound is super loud for me though. Oh, that's too little. I see. Okay, the audio does not adjust in live. Yeah, this new menu is really fucking cool. How's the level of this low background roar for everyone? I think I have the audio cranked down in OBS, but I can bring it back up if people cannot hear it. God, this menu is cool. Could be a little bit louder. I'll just bring it up in the OBS. Sorry to make everyone look at my terrible. Try that. Okay. I brought it up a little bit, but we can continue to adjust as we go. Let's go. I'm so excited. This is a different beginning. Is this the interstitial? Did I click on the right one? Wall text, limits and demonstrations, a Lula Chamberlain retrospective. Marking the first major public showcase of her work in over 20 years, this retrospective exhibition of work by pioneering installation artist Lula Chamberlain comprises a diagonal slice through time, place, and form. Yeah, I'm scared I may have clicked on the wrong... Multiplayer? Excuse me? Hold on. I'm worried I may have clicked on the wrong thing. Oh, I think these are the interstitial. I feel like these might be the interludes. Oh, please look at the multiplayer. Multiplayer instructions. Play until you encounter something. An image, a sound, a choice of words, a notable absence that reminds you of someone else in the room. Pass control of the game to that person. You don't have to explain yourself, and so on. Fuck. It's very good. Okay, we're gonna move forward under the assumption that we're doing the right thing. Okay, this is the first interlude. I wonder if it'll take us right into the chapter or if we are in the interlude. Aside, Nat is here. We've read this before, but we'll read it again. Wall text, Limits and Demonstrations, a Lula Chamberlain retrospective. Marking the first major public showcase of her work in over 20 years, this retrospective exhibition of work by pioneering installation artist Lula Chamberlain comprises a diagonal slice through time, place, and form. The pieces on display here were individually debuted over a period of 35 years, designed in Chamberlain's various homes and studios between her beloved Mexico City and her native Elizabethtown. They represent a range of scale and impact, from the intimate warmth of vertex texture fetch to the infamous visage, the latter of which requires a vertical clearance of over 30 feet. Yet, these works share a co-founding legacy. In each of their debut exhibitions, they were nearly impossible to install. Galleries and museums balked at the scale, power requirements, and highly skilled labor involved in maintaining these works for display. Some of their debuts collapsed under the weight of logistics, only to be successfully executed much later. And so, just as they described the outer limits of Chamberlain's range as an installation artist, the geographical edges and vertices of her itinerant home life, in the beginning and end of her distinguished career, the works on display here also trace the extremes of our capabilities and the frontiers of our patience as both viewers and exhibitors. It's a good game, y'all. Are we capable of viewing these works as they were meant to be viewed? Do we even want to be? Title card, Basement Puzzle Number 2, Artist, Sunset, and Horse, 1976, Plaster and Wire. What do you think she means by puzzle? Yeah, weird. I guess it's something you can solve? They must be symbols. Artist, sunset, horse. Or it's an anagram? Or like a code? Maybe it's not a puzzle, it's just about a puzzle. Maybe it's a puzzle, but there's no right answer. That is kind of sad. Emily, Ben, and Bob. These are new characters to me. Oh, they've walked into the installation piece. Ben and Bob. Title card. Overdubbed Nam June Pike installation in the style of Edward Packer. 1965, 1973, 1980. Magnetic tape, handheld tape playback head, speaker system, voice of the artist, computer synthesized speech. Oh, I read about this one. It's interactive. How does it work? It's a bunch of old tape, and you run this tape playback head along it, and just listen to the recordings, I guess? Let's try it out. I think you start in the middle. As Bob drags the playback head along the tape, a woman's voice issues unsteadily from the speakers. We start in the middle. Donald and Joseph are in the hallway. I am in an office. The walls are lined with filing cabinets. A few drawers hang open. The door is ajar. A massive computer looms in the corner. There are some punched cards on the floor. A synthetic voice recording, spliced awkwardly into the tape, lists out options in monotone. To examine cards, rotate 30 degrees and advance 7 inches. To leave room, rotate 17 degrees and advance 4 inches. To activate computer, rotate 200 degrees and advance 15 inches. Bob moves the playback head to another strip of tape. Encoded in the holes punched through these cards is a first draft of the Poetics subsystem. I can't read punched cards by sight. Donald can, I think. Anyway, this version was pretty underwhelming. Well, activate the computer. Bob moves the playback head to another strip of tape. So loud. I love it. I am now holding 2 punched cards. On one of them, Joseph has scribbled a note. Caves. The other is blank. Let's look at the caves card. We're on a dirt trail in the park. Or, well, it's not really a trail. Donald, distant. It's a trail. Lula, it's more like a tendency. There tend to be fewer plants here on the path we've been walking. Walking sounds. Lula, now we're walking at the edge of a massive hole. The dirt gives way to mossy rock as the ground sinks into darkness. Joseph and Donald are following a rope down into the cave. They have computer equipment tied to their backs. So do I. That's the last trip, so everything's down here now. Donald, distant, the final resting place. Joseph, distant, don't be so morbid. Emma says the writing is so good it makes me angry. It's not really a trail, it's a tendency. Who gave you the right? It's really good. Oh. Let's remember. It's morning now. I'm in the car. I'm driving to work. This is the last recording I'll make on this tape, and then I'll drop it in the mail tomorrow, and then, who knows. I've been recording onto this tape for 15 years, I think. A lot of other things happened, so here is the story. When I met Donald and Joseph, they were both students, and I was in a band performing on campus. They came to my show, and then we met at some bar and had a few drinks together. Joseph wanted to impress me, so he stole a metal cocktail tumbler and gave it to me. We got kicked out, wandered drunkenly until morning, and finally ended up at a diner. And now I use the tumbler to store extra pens on my desk. So, I'm almost out of tape. I guess I'll just let it run out while I drive. Maybe we did miss something. Hey, go back a bit. We've missed something. Bob, really? We've gone so far. Yeah, let's go back. Oh, I would love to regret. It's late morning now. I'm sitting at my desk on my lunch break. This is the last recording I'll make on this tape, and then I'll drop it in the mail tomorrow, and then who knows. I've been recording onto this tape for 15 years, I think. A lot of other things happened. So, here's the story. The first time I moved to Mexico, I stayed there for 3 years, and I had no contact with either Joseph or Donald in that whole time. They each thought I'd done it to spite them. Maybe I had, in part, but I don't think they ever appreciated the community I had in Mexico, or... Anyway, when I came back, I didn't call them or visit the university. I ran into Donald completely by chance at a hardware store. He asked me why I hadn't called, and I told him it hadn't occurred to me. So, I'm almost out of tape. I guess I'll just let it run out while I eat. No instructions? No, that's the end of the tape strip. I don't think we ever reached this long one at the top here. Is it cheating to skip over there? I won't tell a soul. Donald, think of our work, our research. Joseph, you'll die in those damn cold caves. And what about those men? They'll never come back. Donald, we'll go in deeper, that's all. They'll never find us. Joseph, did you hear their voices? They'll find you, but not me. I'm going back to the surface. Lula, stop. Your stupid fight is ringing through the whole damned cave. Joseph is right. We can't stay here. I'm leaving too, but I'm not going back to the surface. I'm taking my station wagon and I'm heading down the Zero. Joseph, you'll be lost forever. Donald, but we need your voice for the machine, Lula. It only recognizes your voice. Lula, I'll send you this tape when I'm done recording. I'll put it in the mail, and then you can see what your damned machine does with it. Ugh. Is everything still sounding okay sound-wise as we get into more game sound and Caitlin sound? Title card, Visage, 1984, Unknown Media. What kind of machines are those? Looks like, yeah, teletype terminals. and an old PDP tape cabinet, I think, or something from that period. My uncle used those to... Bob. Slice a visage to build a visage. A puzzle to its owner. What? Bob. It's a poem I read. I think it was written by a computer. Game is loud. Okay, we'll turn it down a little. Okay, let me know if that's any better. I think the poem is lovely. Title card. Vertex texture fetch. Tree, television, and suspended cathode ray tube. 1968. Found materials. That is a nice plant. Ben, it is a pretty nice plant. Bob, yeah, but... Title card, spinning coin, suspended, correction for angular motion, 1976, found materials. It feels so strangely alive. Yeah, like it's about to fall over. You mean the coin's about to fall over? I've been looking at the coin too, but I can't really tell what kind of coin it is. My uncle used to collect coins, did I tell you that? He was crazy for them, really obsessed. The coin actually doesn't look real. I think it's plastic. I feel really drawn to it, but it just makes me nervous. Bug says, this makes me want to make weird art. Not that I ever don't want to. This is just the opening text again. Nat says, is this really the beginning of the game? This is not the beginning of the original game. This is the first interlude. Yeah, I guess I'm ready to go. Yeah, the show is exhausting. Oh, it tricked us. There we go. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. That was supposed to be played between Act 1 and Act 2. And I was thrown by the very cool looking menu. We'll play Act 1. A moving truck rumbles softly to itself. Painted on its side are the words Lysette's Antiques, furniture, glassware, curiosities. An old hound in a straw hat. Both have seen better days. Joseph, which name might sound familiar, sits between gas pumps in a Queen Anne armchair. His hair is gray and his glasses darkened. Damn, did you hear that wreck? Truck full of bottles. I don't know, beer bottles? Whiskey? Lost a tire or something and spilled booze and glass all over the interstate. What a mess. I hope they don't come down here looking for anything. We blew a damn fuse and it's all shut off. Did I hear a dog? What's your dog's name? Homer, Blue, or we don't know. Let's go Blue. Her name is Blue. Blue sounds like a sweet old hound. I used to know a dog like that. Hey, here's some jerky for Blue. I made it myself. Didn't turn out too well, but I bet a dog will eat it. Getting late, right? I can feel the sun on my neck. I bet it's just a few feet off the horizon. I've got a delivery to make on Dogwood, but I'd rather watch the sunset. Yeah, it's the truth. You've got to stop and breathe in that road. I bet while you're out driving, you let your eyes wander up the tree line and you just... Well, I bet you're more of a poet than old Joseph. Do you like poetry? Oh, I just listen to the TV. I used to do a lot of poetry on the computer, but I don't have the ear for it lately. Listen, you and Blue would have been driving up and down 65 all night. Dogwood Drive is on the other side of... Well, to get there, you've got to take the Zero. The Zero is a tough route to find, but you can use my computer to look up directions. You'll have to head down into the basement and reset the circuit breaker first. I'll be happy to have those whining lights back up anyways. It's too damn quiet out here. The basement door is back there in the office. Appreciate your help, friend. Oh, and here, take this lamp. It gets dark. Basement people. Emily, Ben, and Bob sit in a folding chair behind a worn card table. Papers, oddly shaped dice, and highway maps cover the tabletop. Emily, Ben, and Bob. Conway clears his throat. Oh, sorry. Didn't know there was anyone down here. Emily, to Bob. Did you hear something? Bob, to Emily. No, sorry. I was looking at the rules again. Ben, to Bob. It gets easier as you go. Look, you said you rolled a 5, right? That means you get to pick up your marker and move it anywhere on the map. Bob, to Ben. So, it's your turn now, right? Ben, to Bob. Oh yeah, I guess so. Where'd you put that 20-sided die? Emily, I don't see it. Did you drop it? Bob, it should be easy enough to find. It glows in the dark. Conway clears his throat, but gets no response from the people at the table. Did you lose something? Bob, to Emily. I think it rolled down off to the left there, but I don't see it. Emily. Well, I'm not going to go looking for it. It's too dark down there. Ben, one of you go down and get it, and I'll just study the rules here. Well, let's go find their die. A dusty, rusty sign is bolted onto the wall. Sign. These are the rules. 1. No open flames near the gasoline. 2. No consumption of beer or spirits on the premises. 3. In case of sudden darkness, do not panic. Relax. Count backwards from 5. 4. Strictly limit time spent in the basement to fewer than 3 minutes of every hour. Our little game piece that glows in the dark. Conway picks up the glowing 20-sided die and inspects it. The number 5 is facing up. It's just a small piece of plastic, but it has a reassuring, almost comforting weight. He places the object in his jacket pocket. Folding chairs are arranged around a worn card table. The chairs are empty, and the surface of the table is bare. Conway places the 20-sided die on the table. There it is. Just listen to those lights whine. Yep. There were some people down in your basement playing some kind of game, but they're gone now. Joseph. In the basement? No, I don't think so. Maybe that lamplight was playing tricks on you, huh? Well, strange things happen underground, especially in the dark. So, computer's in the office. You're looking for Marquez. She knows her way around those roads. She'll get you to the 0. The password is... damn. I usually just feel it out. Muscle memory, you know? It's kind of long, kind of like a short poem, I think. One of those short poems that really sums it all up. You'll figure it out. Emma says, I love this game. Yeah, this is about the point in my first playthrough that I knew that I was gonna be in for something. Conway taps a key, waking the computer from its reverie. The computer tells us that user Conway is not real. Joseph it is. Password. I talk and listen to him talking. The moon throbs. It will only get later. Password accepted. How's it going in there? Figuring it all out? Sure you are. Marquez residence, 100 Macondo Lane. Head northeast on 65 and turn left as soon as you see that ugly tree that's always on fire. Look for the barn at the base of the mountain there. Can't miss it. Joseph. Got it? Out there on Macondo somewhere, right? Yeah, that's it. Hey look, while you were down there I loaded that old TV of mine into your truck. I borrowed that thing from Weaver Marquez a number of years ago, and now that the power is all weird over here, I can't pick up anything but static and public access anyways. She was always more of a reader, but maybe she'd want it back at home. It's a nice TV. Let's see if I can poke around on the computer a little more. Messages. Message 1 is from Donald at... Message 2 is from accounts at Consolidated. Read message 1. From Donald. Subject. Fragments dim of lovely forms. Message. Joseph, I know it's been a while, and I know you're still sore, but there's a whole world in here, and we need your help to unmask it. Yes, the caves are cold and damp, and we are old and lame. Never mind. I can't remember why I even started writing this. I miss those days in the lab with you and our dear Lula. Maybe you found your own Xanadu. Well, so have I. End of message. Message subject, account standing, urgent. Message, Dear EQUUS Oils, this is an urgent automated message that your account is overdue by more than 14 days. In response, we have switched you to our low reliability Dirty Power Plus plan. Consider making a payment immediately to obviate the need for us to switch you to Sustained Brownout Select. Sincerely, your friends at Consolidated Power Co. End of message. Do you have any games on your phone? Computer games is not real. Sun's gone down. You and Blue better get on the road if you're gonna make your delivery. Conway scratches behind Blue's right ear. How's it going, Blue? What do you think of this place? How about a treat? Here's some jerky from the gas station attendant. He reminds me a bit of your old man, Ira. He was a good man and a good boss. What do you think of this place? It's odd. I never noticed it driving by. It's time to go. Bug says, today I bought some fancy loose leaf tea and an infuser thing, and this game is a great atmosphere for it. Yeah, this game has atmosphere in spades. We'll check in while we're in kind of a little break here. Is sound still okay? Do you guys need anything adjusted? Are people okay with reading the text? I figured it's kind of small text. Head northeast on 65 and turn left as soon as you see that ugly tree that's always on fire. Sounds good. Sound is good, and I really appreciate you reading everything. Great. We will continue on then. Burning tree. A tall black oak burns on a hill above the road. And we found it. Nat says, sound seems fine. I appreciate the reading because it's hard to read on the video. Yeah. Bet y'all can read that text. Big boys. A street lamp lights the base of a dusty path. The base of a dusty path leading up the hill. Pretty dark out here, huh? Hope I can borrow you a treat up there. Emily says, I just noticed the horseshoe. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, so many little design choices about this game are Graveyard. A family graveyard is set off to the side of the house. Headstones are inscribed with the surnames of the unfortunate: Nowakowski, Padilla, Marquez. Weaver. I was just thinking what a lovely house we have. Do you like it? Have you ever been here before? Did you happen to see an owl? Sure, it's a nice house. I know. I like the large beams that run across the ceilings. I like to sit in the house and think of the hills and bluffs surrounding us like a cradle. There used to be another house here, but we had it destroyed, and we built this one. It was very expensive, and we got quite underwater. What do you do for work? Is it too difficult, or do you like it very much? I was once a mathematician. Are you looking for something in particular here? I'm looking for the 0. Oh, you're lost. And that old blind man sent you. Is that right? Of course he did. He's nice. Did he say anything nice about me? Did he send along a gift? He asked me to return this TV set of yours. Will you please set it up? Then I can explain it to you, how to get where you're going. The 0. I know. Bug says everything is so great to look at, a treat for my eyeballs. And Emma says, I love the diamond trees. That's not how it's supposed to look. You've made a mistake setting it up. It is a foreign object to you? Is it a foreign object to you? Which of your parents was it who wouldn't allow you to watch television? Ma thought she heard ghosts in the static. I know about that. She was ill, wasn't she? Mentally, I mean. Kinda distant. Fearful? Fearful. Yeah, that's a way to put it. You have it all backwards. I'm not surprised. Are you? Have you been paying attention? I don't think you have. It's time to start paying attention now, Conway. Look closely at the television. Hey, wake up. You spaced out for a minute there. The picture on the TV. That TV is picking up the wrong signal. My cousin Shannon would know more about it. She fixes TVs for a living. Well, she used to. I think the new models are giving her some trouble. So, I really just need to get to the 0. Honestly, I'm not convinced you should bother with the 0. I'd much rather you find my cousin and fix my TV. But I'll get you headed the right way. So, it's pretty easy. Get back on 65 heading north, then take the first right after the artificial limb factory. From there, your arrival at the 0 is basically inevitable. Nice to know you, Conway. Keep your eyes open, especially in the dark. An abandoned spider web stretches across the bottom of a saucepan. A skillet is seasoned with dust. A disused wood-burning stove is set up in one ash-dusted corner of the room. It's cold to the touch. There's some horses up there behind the house. Remember the horses you and Lysette and Ira had? I miss them sometimes, the horses. Looking for an artificial limb factory. A creek runs alongside the highway and then turns toward a dirty brick building. A grinding drone from within the building is faintly audible from the interstate. Floodlights on the lawn illuminate smokestacks. At the edge of the building's parking lot, a large sign, partly obscured by trees, reads, Artificial Limb Factory. That'd be us. On-ramp? Conway brushes some dirt off Blue's hat. Take it easy, Blue. Shannon speaks into the large brick cell phone held up to her ear. It's $200 for 2 weeks. Phone inaudible. Shannon, I guess he can't kick me out for another week or two. Phone inaudible. Yes, and I appreciate that, but phone inaudible. Forget it. Bye. Shannon hangs up the phone and puts it away. Excuse me, ma'am. I saw the lights was on, and I was looking for the on-ramp, too. Are you here to kick me off the property? Oh, no. I guess you don't belong out here either, do you? Do you work for the power company? The power company? Oh, no. I once worked for an electrician for a few weeks, but I sort of drifted on before I really learned anything. Ooh. I get it. You're a nomad. Huh. Well, I do drive a lot. Just me and the road mostly, when the sun is out. Is that your job? Driving? Here's what it is. I drive deliveries for a shop called Lysette's Antiques, and I'm out trying to finish this job. You're making a delivery to the mine? Oh, no. I have a delivery for 5 Dogwood Drive, and I can't remember ever seeing that address before. Now, I heard I need to take a highway called the Zero. So I met this young lady named Weaver Marquez, and she sent me this way, and so here I am. Uncommon kind of place for an on-ramp, but that's what it's been like so far anyway with... What? Weaver Marquez? Do you know her? So, you saw her. Tonight? I know Weaver. She's my cousin. I'm Shannon Marquez. Oh, you're the one who fixes televisions. That's right. Did she tell you that too? Of course she did. Weaver doesn't lie. One time when we were younger, she told me my dad had been in a terrible car wreck. There was crushed metal everywhere, and we'd been hearing it echo through the house for years, she said. I was very upset, crying, and then my dad walked in the door. Just come back from a trip to the junkyard collecting scrap metal to fashion into wind chimes. I was angry, but she said it wasn't a joke, and it wasn't a lie. At the time, I thought she meant it as a riddle or a puzzle. But Weaver's not a puzzle. She's a mystery. So, what are you doing down here, Shannon? I talked to Weaver earlier this evening, too. Or, anyway, she talked to me. It's hard to tell if she's listening sometimes. Weaver told me I had to come down here to the old ELKHORN mine. She said I'd find something I've been looking for. What are you looking for? I'm not exactly sure. I have a few ideas. I'll know it when I see it. It's not such a bad thing, you showing up now, all told. I'd rather not go down there alone. Your dog should stay up here, though. It's no place for a dog. This is an old mine. It runs pretty deep and tangled. If we're gonna go down into it, find your on-ramp and whatever else, we've got to keep our bearings. I don't want to get turned around. I've got some gear here to measure conductivity, frequency response, stuff like that. Maybe we can find a way to put a signal out ahead, do some analysis, and figure out what kind of topology we're up against. Topology. Okay. Topology? That's the science of continuous space, my friend. The way this twisty maze of passages fits together. That runs into the mine's PA system. Do you think it still works? Only one way to find out. All right, give it a whirl. Conway, into the PA. Is anybody down there? Nothing. Oh, there's no power. Yeah, okay. Even when this old mine was up and running, it was tricky to keep stuff powered. You know, the miners used to have to pay just to run the fans and the lights. Yeah, they got paid in these shitty plastic tokens. Coal script, you know? And if you want to run the fans for a bit to clear the air up, well, you have to put a token in. My parents used to work here. So did Weaver's parents. I guess a lot of folks' parents used to work here. Can we power it up? I bet we just have to free up some power for the PA system. Everything is rationed. Here, set up that lamp of yours and I'll go unplug the ceiling lights. Conway clears his throat nervously. I heard the speakers back here crackle a bit. It's on now, right? Try saying something into the mouthpiece. Well, okay, I hear you. We need to measure the echo delay time and figure out how deep the tunnels run. Just make some noises into the mouthpiece. Conway taps the mouthpiece. Conway hums a deep tone into the mouthpiece. Conway whistles. Damn, that's a long delay. These tunnels run deep. I bet some of them have ruptured or joined with a cave system. Alright, I set up my spectrum analyzer, so just say something to the mouthpiece and we can get a sense for how narrow the mine tunnels are. Don't be shy, just say anything that comes into your head. Tell me a story about something, or what did you have for breakfast today? Here's a story. I used to work doing roof repair. We even fixed up a church roof once. It seemed like a big project, but doable. But I was too hungover and we ran late. Got it. Looks like the tunnels are pretty cramped. Yeah, low ceilings. Hope you're ready to stoop a bit. You're probably used to it. One more test. We just need to know if the air is breathable or if it's too thin or too dense. Just sit real close to the mouthpiece and breathe. I'll measure the resonance of your breath with the air in the tunnels. Just try to relax. Try to breathe naturally. Conway breathes and thinks about the road. Conway breathes and remembers a moment when he was younger. Getting some pretty strong readings here. I think we're in good shape, but keep at it for a minute. Conway breathes and visualizes a cold drink. Conway breathes and relaxes as a peal of feedback and loose rock engulfs him. Jesus, are you all right? What the hell? My leg is stuck. Shit, okay, I'm gonna pull you out. We have to get you out of here. There you go. Okay, are you hurt? Can you put any weight on that leg? It's fine. Just try to stand up. Careful, I'm right here. Damn, don't worry, I've got you. That leg is in bad shape. Here, let's get you onto the tram. There you go. Now, let's see if this thing has power. Well, okay. there's some luck, right? We should be able to ride this tram right out one of the auxiliary exits. If there are any. I think there are. What about the on-ramp? We'll just find the exit and then figure out what to do from there. That's our first priority. So, the controls are over on your side. Let's get moving. And we can turn the light off. Ooh. Spooky. Yeah, little mind jump scare there for us. Let's poke around a little. Oh, here we are. This may be hard to believe. It's hard for me to believe myself. But this whole branch was underwater last I heard. How did that happen? Some careless miner or some unattended machine bored through into an underground lake. The water came in pretty fast, and a lot of folks got trapped in the tunnels. I only heard parts of how it went from there. Sanitized for the bereaved. You know how those big companies are. But there was gossip too. The trapped miners couldn't get the pumps going because the power was rationed, so they shut all the lights off. But even then it wasn't enough. So I guess it was dark when they... You lost some people down here, didn't you? We all lost people down here. Well, not all of us, but most of us. It doesn't matter now. Look, this old turntable is still wired up. The controls are dead, but I can use my signal generator to switch tracks, if the water hasn't damaged it too much. Or we can keep heading down this tunnel. All this junk hanging up around the turntable is from the company store. Just junk, you know? The miners would buy it and use it to decorate the place, or as landmarks, I guess. Hard to know which is which down here, which way is which down here. It's all so dim and gray. Shannon connects 2 clip leads from her signal generator to the turntable's electrical panel. We're on the track between the animal bones and the rowboat, so... we can choose between the pendulum and the casket, or the bat feeder and the scarecrow. Let's do the casket. Boy, got dark fast. Damn, it's almost totally intact. I thought it would have been destroyed. What is this place? It's a recording studio, basically. Kind of thrown together, but... when this mine was active, a couple of folk music archivists spent time here recording miner songs. Really academic ivory tower types. None of the miners really talked to him much. So they stayed at the margins, observed, took notes, and then sometimes they'd get someone on a lunch break to sing into their microphone. Then I guess the power company got some kind of interest in the project and gave the archivists some coal script tokens to pay the miners with for their songs. What do you think the archivists were after? Data, I guess? Comparing intonation, subject matter, diction. You know, all those little details that no one really thinks about when they listen to music. Yeah, academics are great at that stuff. Let's get out of here. A dusty reel-to-reel tape player is stashed beneath the truck, loaded with tape but starved for power. Oh, I didn't know these were still down here. You've been down here before? Not this deep, but I knew about the tape machines. They'd record up on that old scaffolding we saw, and I guess then they'd sequester themselves down here to listen to the recorded songs. Did your parents sing? Oh, yeah, they sang. They sang in the mine for coal script tokens. Bud says too spooky. Yeah. This sequence is about as, like, outright spooky as it gets. The bat feeder and the scarecrow. Do you hear that? Kind of a muffled rumbling? Maybe we're near the surface. Yeah, sounds kind of like a highway. I wonder why they stopped digging so abruptly here. Maybe they hit a pipe or something. The tracks are all messed up here. This tram isn't going any further. I wonder what's down that tunnel. Back to the animal bones in the rowboat. And we're on our way out of the spooky mine. Let's get out of here. Yeah, okay, I just That tunnel where the tracks were broken. I'd like to take a look down there. If you wait for me here, I'll just go take another look around. Sure. Okay. I'll be right here. The cramped shack is lined with wooden shelves. Dusty stacks of tape reels and notebooks crowd the room, but a bit of moonlight filters through a window near the ceiling. On a small desk in the middle of the room lay 3 notebooks. The red one is labeled J. Marquez. The green one is labeled R. Marquez, and the blue one is unlabeled. Conway opens the red notebook. The pages are covered in disorganized notes, some written horizontally and others scribbled vertically into the margins. A few pages are lined more evenly and divided up into charts correlating seasons, lyrics, harmonies, and coal halls. Conway opens the green notebook. On each page is a delicately rendered charcoal drawing. Most are portraits of rugged faces. Near the middle of the book, there are a few drawings of a young girl in a miner's helmet. She plays along the minecart tracks, collecting pieces of wire. In one drawing, another young girl sits nearby, intently studying a book. Conway opens the blue notebook. The notebook is full of Greek letters and cryptic mathematical formulas. Near the back of the book, what first looks like it might be... Oh, yeah, this place. These notebooks are labeled Marquez. Your parents are the archivists? No, Weaver's parents are the archivists. My parents were miners. How's the leg? I can walk on it, but it's slow. Well, I'll try not to get too far ahead of you. You don't mind my hitching a ride, do you? I kinda got a lift out here and wasn't sure if, when I'd be heading back. I can drive. Yeah, maybe that's best. Don't worry, I've been driving since I was 9. I still need to find the 0. Well, it's like I told you. Weaver doesn't lie. If she sent you here to find your on-ramp, this is where you should be looking. Or maybe you just weren't listening closely enough and that's not exactly what she said. I saw Weaver at my workshop. That's up north by Lake Nolan, right at Wax and Peony. Not Peony. We'll just say Peony. In the back of the bait shop. Pretty glamorous, right? These are the times we live in. She's either up there or back at the farmhouse. Whichever you want to head to first, just let me know. Blue, this is Shannon. to meet you, Blue. Do you help with the driving? Maybe you can help your friend here, too. Lysette's Antiques. I guess this is your truck? This is my truck. Oh. Interesting. Rumbling, break, stage, tape. I don't remember where they said the workshop was, so we might just drive around a little and find it. A young man in gray-stained clothes sits by the side of the road. He is playing a worn guitar. To his left is a blue mug, and to his right, a weathered dog. Conway stands and listens. The young man strums absently on the guitar, hums tunelessly, and occasionally mumbles a word. Conway stands and listens. The young man whistles hoarsely, stops playing the guitar, then looks up at Conway. He rambles for a few minutes about the weather, the dog, and his music. Then he returns to playing. As he walks back to his truck, Conway finds that he can hardly remember a word the young man spoke. Bait shop. Conway and Shannon pull into the bait shop parking lot. Vaulted above the road on a thin steel bar, a handwritten sign reads, "Live bait, minnows small and also large for stripers, night crawlers, chips and beer." A green flyer hangs loosely from a bit of masking tape at eye level. To the shop's right, a dirt parking lot sprawls unevenly into grass and then eventually trees. Hold on. Okay. Had to tweet a picture of Goose is helping. The bait shop is closed. We've entered Shannon's workshop. The walls are lined with cheap metal shelves, loaded precariously with vacuum tubes, awkwardly shaped metal casings, and coffee cans full of electronic components. Shannon leads Conway to the back of the room, where a few TV sets and various states of disassembly are set up on a rough wooden table. She flips the switch on the power strip they're all plugged into, and the TV sets tremble to life. Conway watches the TV sets. A ghostly white wobble flickers along one screen in a rhythmic pattern. Another is just snow. A third, a small security monitor in the middle of the table, is oscillating between different shades of black. Conway asks Shannon where she saw Weaver. Shannon points to a small security monitor on the table. The image on the screen is just black, but it seems to be fading slowly, almost imperceptibly between different shades of black. Shannon tweaks a few knobs on the side of the monitor, but the picture doesn't change. Conway stares directly at the security monitor. The screen is a cavernous black. It hums and swells at the pace of the tide. Conway loses track of the workshop's walls. They could be inches away or miles. He is adrift on black water, traveling swiftly toward a rocky shore. There should be a lighthouse or a buoy by those rocks. It's too dangerous. Shannon switches off the power strip. Weaver is not here. We'll go back to the farmhouse. No. EQUUS is really distracting me. She's sitting right behind the laptop and doing the cat thing where she looks like she cannot keep her eyes open even as she sits very delicately upright. Two shirtless, shoeless men push a light aircraft along the highway. Occasionally, one or the other slips a bit on the sweating asphalt or stops to pull back his hair. The men are nearly broken. The rubber is almost worn away. Soon, these men will be dragging this airplane. A singing chorus echoes from within the church. The building is 1 story tall with a pitched roof and a 3-story spire rising from the front. The top section of the spire is made of stained glass. An interior light illuminates the pines in red, green, and blue. A large LED display glows in the parking lot. Light of the Last Great Awakening Baptist Church. Conway approaches the church doors. The front doors of the church are modest and worn. They are locked. Conway walks to the rear of the building. A ramp leads up from a few dusty metal trash cans to the church's back door. One has a bit of something leafy and rotten stuck to the bottom of it. Another is full of unlabeled videotapes. Conway pushes open the back door. He finds himself in the kitchen, lit by the buzzing fluorescent ceiling fixture. On the counter are a plate of moldy bread and an empty Dixie cup flecked red around its waxy rim. A set of swinging plastic doors on the far wall lead out of the kitchen. Conway pushes open the plastic doors and walks through. Vacant pews sprawl unevenly into the church. A small raised stage lies to Conway's right, bare except for a tape recorder. The tape recorder's power cord runs to an outlet near Conway's feet. Conway stands and listens to the chorus. The muffled chorus drones at a steady volume, repeating the same two verses without rest. A sign in front of the building just reads Museum. The lights are off, but the front door is open. Conway steps through the museum's doors. A few feet inside the museum doors, the ambient sound of the highway drops sharply away. The room is cold, dark, and still. A book lies open on the table in the center of the room. An open hallway extends to the left. Large glass doors bar the path ahead. Conway looks at the book. There's no title on the book's spine or cover. A 3-word phrase written in pencil on the first page is smudged and indecipherable. On the first page, someone has left an ink drawing of a horse. Several dozen blank pages later, at the end of the book, is an elaborate ink drawing of a one-legged man working an antique adding machine surrounded by whiskey bottles. Conway walks down the hallway to the left. Conway's steps echo against the hallway's marble floors and arched ceilings. Plexiglass boxes line the walls. The hallway dead ends on a darkened display case. Conway examines the boxes on the walls. The first box, just a few feet into the hall, contains an assortment of bird wings. Some are missing feathers. One large, brightly colored wing almost glows in the moonlight. Its feathers are intact, but a piece of bone pokes awkwardly out from the tip. Conway examines the darkened display case. The display case is several yards wide, but just a few feet off the ground. It's unlit, and back in this corner of the darkened museum, very little moonlight creeps in. A gold-plated plaque on the surface of the case is a bit easier to read. It recounts a short history of fowl hunting in the region and then speculates abruptly about the nature of addiction. Conway walks to the glass doors. The glass doors won't budge. To apply any more force would likely break them. Conway applies more force to the doors. The glass shatters. Somewhere ahead, a light switches on. After a moment, it switches off. The room is dark again, and the floor is covered in broken glass. Conway walks through the broken glass doors. Broken glass grinds under Conway's boots as he walks down the hall. He has the feeling of being in a larger space. Very little light reaches the far end of the hallway. Nat says, just visit in the museum now. Conway runs his hands along the walls. The walls are completely smooth and strangely warm. Conway can feel his breath and sweat condensing on the surface. Conway kneels and runs his hands along the floor. The floor is completely smooth and strangely warm. Conway can feel his breath and sweat condensing on the surface. I think it's time to go. Bless you, Goose. Nat says, busting into the museum. Ruby says, you've heard of heated floor tiles, now get ready for heated walls. Nat says, advertised as strangely warm, kinda sweaty. There's nobody buried here, you know. It's decorative, I guess. Or it's art or something. I don't know. A decorative graveyard? Weaver's folks were like that. Not morbid, I mean, but strange. Careless with tragic ideas. Oh, and look at that headstone. Marquez. I used to think that was for my parents. Now, I don't know. Fuck, careless with tragic ideas. So, this is where she was? Yeah, makes sense. This is where Weaver and her parents lived. They took out a bunch of loans, and had this place built. Do you have any debts? I owe some people some apologies. Well, you're lucky that's all you owe. My parents were like that, until the company store found a way to get to them. For my dad, it was tokens to run the fans and air purifiers, and for my mom, it was canaries. 2 solutions to the same problem, but they sure sounded different. Weaver had debt too. A lot of it. All tuition. She said she was a mathematician or something? Yeah, she studied some esoteric stuff about using math to translate between Spanish and English. I think eventually Weaver put those math skills to work on all the red numbers in the family checkbook and got a clear sense of just how hopeless their situation was. So she left. I guess she just drove away in the middle of the night. They woke up in the morning and the car was gone. Never came back. Until tonight. Were you happy to see her? I don't know. It was so sudden, and it wasn't like a reunion. She just appeared. Oh. That's not something you see every day. That old TV right there? Well, that is a damned antique for you. I had a model like that in the shop once, but I had to sell it off to make rent. Most painful decision I ever made. Say, do you mind if I open it up? Looks like the dials are all corroded and the screen is leaking light a bit. Come on, I bet Lysette would never forgive you for letting a specimen like that fall into disrepair. Oh yeah, these tubes are all messed up. Looks like they've been in a swamp or a cave or something. There's moss growing on this one. That's okay, I have a few spares in my bag here. Here, I pulled this one out of an old computer monitor. Just needs to be recalibrated a bit. Okay, that should be seeing something now. Are you seeing anything? A little bit to the left? Damn, okay, here. I think the contacts are dirty. Now don't go telling my customers I clean off old vacuum tubes with spit. There, just gotta turn it north-south and... And that's the end of Act 1. Okay, so this is where we were supposed to have played that original interstitial. Emily, Ben, and Bob were the three people down in the basement of EQUUS Oils in the opening. How's everyone feeling? I think I'd like to push through and do another act tonight, but maybe take a quick break to make some more tea. Are people interested in hanging around for another act? This game is so cool. Emily says, hell yeah. Bug's gotta head out soon. No worries. Thank you for coming. I hope that this was like a good sneak peek of the or introduction to the game for you. It's really, really cool. Emma stuck around. Of course Emma will stick around. Cool. We'll take 5 minutes and I will be back. This has been super cool. Thank you. No, thanks for coming out and hanging out on Friday. I will put up the archive will be on Twitch after I'm done, so if you want to go back and watch it later, you can do that. Nat's about to fall asleep. Go to sleep, Nat. We definitely won't roast you after you go to bed, unlike last night, so don't even worry about that. Okay, we'll take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a few minutes, I think. Bye. Okay, hello. We are back, maybe, hopefully. Fingers crossed. People can hear me again. Hi. Whew. Man, what a fucking game. Can hear? Great. Give people a second to come back so we don't leave anyone behind. I hope my popcorn crunching is not like driving anyone out of their skins. God, I cannot get over this fucking menu design. Please share with us. Yes, you can have some. I'm sorry, sharing popcorn is actually a Patreon reward tier, so... Hi, Nat. I am back doing dishes, so popcorn crunching is by no means the worst audio crime happening to me right now. Fair. Those of you who are new to the game, what do you think so far? What's your first impression? Nat says gotta back the popcorn level. Yeah, I shouldn't have revealed it was popcorn. I should have just said gamer fuel. Emily says extremely good, and I wish it was summer or at least spring, late spring IRL. Yeah. So you can go outside and hear the bugs. Emma says you should not have said that. What? It's gamer fuel. You know, I just need that boost of energy to keep me going through my very demanding stream. Oh no. Nat says to be mailed popcorn like that frozen Totino's pizza someone suggested. That was me. I was the one who suggested that, and it was pizza rolls. Thank you. It's very cool and atmospheric and weird as shit. Yes, it is all of those things, and it continues to get even more all of those things. Chapter 2 is... Act 2 is one of my favorites. Okay, cool. Let's get right back in. Let's go, baby. Attention, Lula Chamberlain. Read your application. Thank you for your application to the Gaston Trust for the Imagined Architecture's annual fellowship. We received a record number of applications this year, over 100 in total, and regrettably, we can award only one fellowship position per year. As you know, our review process includes a multi-phase blind committee analysis of portfolio submissions, as well as a careful review by a panel of subject matter experts on each applicant's notability and relevance in the field. We must be extremely selective in our process so as to maintain the standards we have established over our 35 years in operation. Our panel did not select your application. We encourage you to consider reapplying next year. Many young artists and architects reapply for a few successive years before being accepted. Sincerely, Dr. Carl Stone Norton, architect, Gaston Trust for Imagined Architecture. Below the printed text is a hastily handwritten note. Sorry for the condescending form letter. Love your work. Unfortunately, I just do the mail here. Your obedient servant, Robert. Lula throws the letter in the wastebasket. Lula opens a folder of writing paper on her desk. Lula to herself, quietly. Attention, Dr. Stodenorn, your own imagination. Thank you for your most informative letter. I was ecstatic to hear of your record-breaking success in receiving over 100 applications. What a triumph. As you know, my application process includes several minutes of photocopying undertaken on my lunch break. Regrettably, I must be extremely selective in my fellowship applications so as to leave enough time in which to eat my lunch, and in the successive years I will no longer be contributing to your illustrious submission count. Yours, etc., Lula Chamberlain, Artist, Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. Rick clears his throat. Busy? Buried. Yikes. Hey, Lula. Did you get my note? About the proposals? I'm still working on them. Okay, gotcha. Well, hey, I'm not here to rush you. So, how did your application go? I was in the mailroom and saw you got a letter back. Sorry, I don't mean to pry. I just saw. It's fine, Rick. I'm not going anywhere. How's your goldfish? The Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. Get a good rest in the truck? Yeah, I know you love a drive. The wind in your ears? Yeah, I saw you back there, Blue. God, all the dialogue with the dog is so good. Maybe someone here can point us in the right direction. Yeah, looks like they're still open. Must be the night shift. What do you think they do here? What do you think? When I got my electrician's license, I had to go to this government building in Frankfurt. Kind of low to the ground, a bit older. Didn't really look like this place, I guess, but they all have that same feel. Bureaucracy in the air. Too much concrete. This is weird, but do you think we're inside or outside right now? Both. Ha, okay. Very poetic. Well, maybe someone around here has a better sense of direction. End of the line? Seems that way. Not for us, I hope. Well, here you are. Better late than never, I guess. Just unload the whiskey over there by the elevator. I'll figure something out. We're actually a bit lost, ma'am. You're lost. So you're not the... Sorry, honest mistake. We're supposed to have a little celebration here at the office, but the whiskey never showed up. I saw your truck and thought... But you don't really look like one of the boys from the distillery. Anyway. What do the boys from the distillery look like? That's a hard word. You've never seen the boys from the Hard Times? Well, count your blessings. They cut a grim profile. Well, it's clear you're new to this territory. Expect that you just mean to be passing through? We're looking for Dogwood Drive. Do you know where that is? Dogwood. Nope. You're gonna need to talk to someone upstairs about that. One of the map clerks. But first we've got to get you in the system, so you'll need an appointment with one of the ingestion clerks. Now, let's see. Rick is booked proofreading drafts all afternoon, and Wanda's out on a site. Let me go make some calls and see if we have anyone free. There's some books over there in the waiting area. Or just take a look around. Have you seen our grotesques? The television is playing what looks like a nature documentary. A hermit crab scuttles across a beach. Its shell is an awkward shape. It must have once belonged to a different crab. The television is playing a cartoon about a bird. The cartoon bird collects pieces for its nest. A scarf, a plastic shopping bag, a bit of young girl's hair. The nest is warm, but precariously fragile. The television is playing an instructional video on elevator design. It is crucial to maintain proper lighting in an elevator. In the absence of sight, passenger sense of motion is greatly enhanced. The passenger should never feel as though they are physically ascending or descending. The elevator should create the illusion that the building is flat. This is the mark of a successful elevator design. Does the game feel louder to you guys, or is that just me? How's the mix still? Again, rather. Oh, good. I thought you'd left. People can be so impatient. You never know. Well, I have you meeting with Lula Chamberlain. She's a senior clerk and doesn't usually handle the ingestion process, but she's the only one with room on her plate this evening. My schedule says she's on the 5th floor reviewing some diagrams. The elevator is just back to the left there. 5th floor. Three books are piled on the table. A service manual for a sewage pump, some architectural plans for a bungalow, and a slim collection of Japanese death haiku. An envelope is protruding from the bottom of the stack. Conway picks up the envelope. The envelope reads, Bureau of Secret Tourism. It contains several small, handwritten brochures with ritualistic directions to bizarre locations. She's on the 5th floor, right? Conway scans a column of elevator buttons. 5th floor, diagrams and drafts. 4th floor, archives and records. 3rd floor, bears. 2nd floor, conference room. 1st floor, clerk's office. Hello, are you lost? We're looking for Lula Chamberlain? Oh, no, she's much too busy. Let's get some of our junior clerks to sort your paperwork first, so we don't waste any of Miss Chamberlain's time. It's a pretty straightforward process. First, you'll need to get a case number assigned. Talk to Clerk Metstein about that. She's just over there at the end of the room. Happy to help. Emma is chanting 3rd floor. Hi, how are you? Fine, thanks. I just need your ingestion card and a list of your last 5 permanent addresses. Let's just skip it. Which one of you is Lula Chamberlain? Oh, sure. That's her in the cardigan. Having fun in the paperclip labyrinth? Well, you made it eventually. You look exhausted. I'd offer you my seat, but my ankles are turning on me. The receptionist said you could point us in the right direction? This concrete bunker of an office is just a waypoint for you, I'm sure. Where is it you're trying to go? We're looking for 5 Dogwood Drive. Dogwood Drive. That's funny. Do you know I used to live on a Dogwood Drive? This was years ago, a grimy old house, basement full of insects, attic full of birds. I had a few roommates. We all worked at the university. I had a dog. I drank whiskey and beer and made sculptures. But that Dogwood was a surface road. With a name like that, it would have to be... What are you doing on the 0? My cousin Weaver sent us this way. Your cousin Weaver? Weaver Marquez? I hadn't expected to hear from her again. Do you know her? She came through as an intern. One of my old colleagues must have referred her. Do you know, I never asked. Anyway, there's not much challenging work here, much less for a gifted mathematician. She helped translate some notes on architectural plans I picked up in Mexico, but she was very bored. We used to sit on the steps by the river on our lunch break and talk about geometry. I hope she wasn't in trouble. I lost touch with her so suddenly. I had recommended she go see some old friends of mine at the university about a new acoustic surveying venture. I often worry she became wrapped up in some tenured professor's quixotic research project. You know the type. Gray-haired, intellectual, narcissistic. Well, that is. I guess she sent you here because she respected me. Thought I could help. Weaver's a dear girl, but I'm afraid you've been misled. Excuse me. Get over yourself. Lula pauses, taken aback. Well, I guess that's fair. All right, maybe I can help you. For Weaver. The Dogwood Drive I lived on is now called Pale Dogwood Drive. They've renamed all the streets, you see. Too many streets with the same names. It was never a problem before, but now we have these databases, and it's all too confusing for the computer. The computer has no sense of ambiguity, so it proclaims an error. Name collisions, they call them. So my Dogwood Drive is Pale Dogwood Drive, and another might be Large-Leafed Dogwood Drive, or Himalayan Flowering Dogwood Drive, and so on. but one of them is still just Dogwood Drive. Or so we might hope. It's really a matter of consulting records, of which we have an abundance here. Do you have a record of those streets? I expect we must. They'll be up in Archives and Records, 4th floor. It'll be filed under O for autonyms, probably, or G for generic, or maybe S for specific? I clicked out of the dialogue too soon and it's gone forever. I'm so sorry, everyone. Nothing going on the conference room floor. Bears it is. I love all of their heads moving to follow you. Emily says, look at all those friends. Emma says, this is such a good game. Yeah. Ruby says, bears! Damn, this place is a mess. Okay. Take a look through that logbook, I guess? Maybe there's some kind of system to all these boxes. I'll just start digging. The small logbook has a smart leather cover. A few notes are scribbled on the inside covers. Most pages are just lists of titles, names, and dates. The inside front cover. Document staff, please do not transfer any more records from the storage unit until we get all the new file cabinets in. We're up to F, and that will have to do for now. Instruct clerks to focus on activities beginning with the letters A, B, C, D, E, or F, or activities most likely to involve research on subjects beginning with those letters. For example, cars is okay because it involves automotive, driving, brakes, etc., but air quality is not okay because it relates to health, safety, pollution, etc. Page 1. Several documents relating to sporting competition venues were quickly checked out and back in over a period of a few days. Basketball courts, baseball fields, alleys, and parking lots. Page 14. A single set of documents relating to coal mining operations was checked out and back in by several different people within a few hours. The inside back cover. Failing antique shop folder missing. Listed checked in on page 63, but not present. That's us. Failing antique shop. Page 63. Check-in. Failing antique shops. Monday, 3 p.m. Signee Ed Bohm. Nothing? Me neither. Half of these boxes aren't even labeled, and the rest are all from the first few letters of the alphabet. I couldn't find anything with an O or a G or an S. Maybe that clerk knows somewhere else we can look. God, the elevator music gets me every time. Okay, her office is down on the first floor. Nothing? That's unfortunate. Well, they must still be in transit. You see, we've only moved into this new venue somewhat recently, and it's all a bit in progress. This was a cathedral not so long ago. Can you believe it? And then the Bureau reclaimed it. The old congregation has been directed to one of our storage facilities for their activity. That's where you'll find the street name records, I expect, at the church. Marianne at reception can give you directions. Just come back here when you have the files, and we'll begin the necessary paperwork to have the information analyzed. Oh, and while you're out on the road, you might want to stop and see Dr. Truman about your leg. He's a specialist regarding ailments of the joints and limbs, and I know he works at night. His home office is in a small neighborhood on the east edge of Bowling Green. Here's his card. Do stop and see him. That leg is a miserable sight. Take care of each other. Get what you need. Lula said you could direct us to the church. Oh, sure. The old storage lot. Just get back on the 0 and drive until you hit the crystal. Then turn around. It'll make sense once you get on the road. You can handle it. Okay. Drive until you hit the crystal and then turn around. Oh god, Blue is so old and skinny. So we did it. We finally found Route 0. You know, just the highway. The crystal. Turn around. Self-storage. That'd be us. St. Thomas Church. Is that it over there? I don't see any congregation. Maybe it's after hours? Let's see what the janitor knows, I guess. Oh, here for the night mass? Where's the congregation? I guess this must look pretty strange. A church without a congregation. When they first moved in here, man, this place was packed. They had a mass every night, 2 on Sunday. But it got a bit awkward to fit everyone in, and the numbers quickly dwindled. Once folks started to see it as a thing that was falling apart, they lost their center of gravity and just started wobbling. Then the preacher stopped coming too, but he left his old tapes. Same with the organist. And I found some old acetates in the bureau archives, photos of people in churches, so I keep it running. You do what you gotta do, right? Right now, we have to find some bureau documents. Oh, you're from the bureau? I moved all those documents to Unit C-315 to make room for the mass. It's down at the other end of the building. Same floor. I need to get the night mass started, but you can borrow my keys. I'll go. You wait here. Rest your leg. You're looking kind of pale. Nice lady. Well, I'd better get this running. Brandon presses play on an old tape machine. Conway listens to the homily. There are many days on which we proclaim the value of labor and celebrate the piety of the hardworking through feast or abstinence, recognizing St. Joseph the worker, who was foster father to our Lord Jesus and who trained him in carpentry and in the merit of sweat. And this is one such day. On this day, we celebrate with the feast of St. Joseph the worker, and on this day, other workers are also celebrating, workers who do not attend Mass or even one like it, even workers who do not attend a church at all, but who toil with clarity, with dedication, with perspicacity, and who do as we do here in our church, inasmuch as they reflect the activity of God. And as we do, they cultivate the earth, and at sundown they call the fruit of their labor very good. Beyond the church, this day is celebrated in remembrance of a violent protest in Chicago and to honor the 4 martyrs who were unjustly persecuted in its wake, having not only pursued their vocation in their daily labor, but also having pursued their avocation in the form of protest, activism, community building, radicalization, scholarship, and finally martyrdom. Their and our avocation being, as it should be, for us all, as members of the church or otherwise, to secure for our fellow workers the right to labor with dignity. So just as there is no dignity without sacrifice, there is no vocation without avocation. Just as the left eye perceives that which is to the left, and the right eye perceives that which is to the right, and these images are summed, differentiated, and incorporated, and we find in our mind's eye an after-image of divine light, only where love and need are one, and the work is play for mortal stakes. Is the deed ever really done for heaven and for the future's sakes? Okay, that's it. Next, there are some rituals that you and I aren't allowed to participate in, I don't think. And I don't remember them anyway. Hi, got it. We were just listening to the sermon. What? I found what we came here to get. The file on street name changes. You don't look good. Let's head back to the bureau and get this straightened out. And then maybe we should go see the doctor the clerk recommended? Jesus, are you alright? What the hell? My leg is stuck. Shit, okay, I'm gonna pull you out. We have to get you out of here. There you go. Okay, are you hurt? Can you put any weight on that leg? It's fine. Just try to stand up. Careful, I'm right here. Damn, don't worry, I've got you. That leg is in bad shape. Here, let's get you onto the tram. There you go. Now, let's see if this thing has power. Hey, old man, look at me. Can you hear me? What happened? I don't know. He collapsed. I think he blacked out. He was mumbling about the old mine for a minute. The old mine where we met. Can we listen to another of those sermons? What the hell are you talking about? We're going to see that doctor the clerk recommended. She hands Brandon the doctor's card. How do we get to this address from here? I don't know. It's pretty tricky going back and forth between, here and there. The bureau's the only way I know. Some of those folks do it all the time. Commuters. Just go back the way you came. Find the crystal and then turn around. Staircase. The projector. bell. The tree. The sprocket. The anchor. The bicycle. The feather. The wheelbarrow. The antlers. The scarecrow. And the bureau. The Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. Oh, I missed this little cat earlier. Hi. Hello. Back so soon? Can we talk to Clark Lula Chamberlain again? I'm afraid she left. In a big hurry, actually. Something happened with your meeting? She seemed pretty interested in my cousin Weaver. I don't know who that is, but she did seem distressed. Well, heading back to the interstate? I can process you whenever you're ready to go back. Just let me know. We're ready to be processed. She hands the receptionist Lula's card. Can you tell us how to get to this address? We're looking for Dr. Truman. Of course. This is in a neighborhood just outside of Bowling Green. Get on 65 going southwest. Take a right just past the observatory, just before the river. If you continue north, you'll be there shortly. Happy to help. Not sure about this place. Looks like trouble. Trouble for me, anyway. Ha. Strange. Sounds like music coming from inside, but the sign says closed. I probably shouldn't be going into any bars anyway. Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry. I just wanted a Coke. Oh, Joseph has fallen asleep in his chair. The neighborhood at the address on Lula's card has been demolished. In its place is a large museum still partially under construction. The Museum of Dwellings. Fred says, I just assumed they were from the power company. You know how they're always coming by unannounced and messing with this or that? I just shut myself up in my room to wait it out. No sense getting involved. They definitely weren't from the power company. Well, I wouldn't complain if they were, really, with that storm going on. I know they have to do their business. Doesn't affect me. I've got my generator. But you know, some of the folks around here, unprepared. Totally unprepared. And Nat says, will this museum also be strangely warm? Thomas. Oh yeah, he was talking to his dog. Guy was a weirdo. What did he say? Just small talk, you know. Like you talk to your buddies or something. Like you talk to a dock worker. Just like, damn, this is a lot of rain. I haven't seen rain like this since that storm a couple of years back that took out Lysette's herb garden. I just feel bad for that old dog, getting dragged all over by a couple of drunks. Old dog like that should be sleeping on a porch somewhere. But that's loyalty for you. Well, they didn't stay long anyway. Emma says, isn't that how all museums are? And Nat says, true. Flora says, I heard the old man and the lady talking when they first came in, but they didn't see me. Museum staff. What were you doing up that late? Mom lets me stay up late all the time. She said it's okay. I was just looking for frogs. What were the man and the lady talking about? The man said his leg was hurting him. They were looking for Dr. Truman, but he was already gone. But they didn't know that, so they kept looking around. Here we go. James. I guess they must have gone through some papers here. It was in some disarray and a few folders were pulled out and left on the table. I mean, it wasn't too bad. I only noticed because Diane is such a stickler. She's real organized, I mean. What folders were they looking at? Yeah, mostly stuff about the building site, I guess. They had a list of all the homes we relocated here, a list of original residences before we leveled the neighborhood. I guess they were looking for one of the old residents. They pulled out a list of the folks who didn't take the offer, folks who moved elsewhere, but they filed that back, out of order, so I guess they didn't find what they were looking for there. Hey, while I have you here, work's kind of slowed down, and it seems like, I know you folks know what you're doing, but it seems like the residents are just kind of settling in. We'll get your boys back to work soon. Yeah, sure, I get you. Haha. You happen to get that last invoice? Let's do this one first. Walker. They were hollering at that empty tent you folks have on display. Ha! Hey, if you never ever need anyone to stay in there, I've been in worse positions. Thomas. Yeah, they came by and knocked on the window, and we had a bit of a talk through the glass. I would have come out, but, you know, shady characters. What did you talk about? They were asking about Dr. Truman, and I told them all I know about that, which is not very much. What do you know about Dr. Truman? I told them. He moved in here with the rest of us when you folks bought up the neighborhood, and then one day his house was gone. That's all I know about that. I don't want to talk about that anymore. Sadie. Do you know, at first I thought it might be Hudson walking up to visit. I heard him working on his boat just a little bit earlier, before the storm started. But then I saw the stranger's limping gait, and the young woman with him, and I knew it couldn't be. I invited them in for a glass of bourbon, which they politely declined, so I just talked to them on the porch for a bit. What was the young woman like? She was very sharp and mechanically minded. We talked a bit about the construction of my house. She was worried for her friend. Do you know, I don't believe either of them have ever set foot on a houseboat before. I don't know that the older man had ever seen an ocean, in fact. It has always been my fondest dream to retire on a houseboat. That's why I accepted your offer and moved in here. It isn't perfect, but what home ever is? I only wish the house would sway a bit. I find that it settles my nerves. Well, if we have another storm like the last one. Fred. I heard them banging around out there and I just stayed quiet. I don't know what they wanted. I just put my headphones on and tried to ignore them, to tell you the truth. Walker. Sure, I talked to him for a bit. Actually, we talked for quite a while. I wasn't busy. I was happy for the company. Can't sleep in a storm like that. I never could. Why can't you sleep in a storm? Bad memories. Besides, it leaks back here. You have got to fix that roof. There was a steady stream running down the back wall and right through my, this little exhibit thing. Anyway, it was just going like a river all night. It's a damn hazard. You've got wires everywhere. Don't you people have anyone to look at this stuff? Fred, we ought to get some real chickens in that coop. Do some homesteading. None of the folks know how to live off the land. You know what I mean? It's just a display. Another kind of dwelling. Yeah, no offense against you guys, I mean. I appreciate what you've done for us. Flora, I think you need to get some real horses in the stable. Do you like horses? Not anymore. Now I like jungle cats. You should get some real panthers in the stable. Thomas, that dog was in nearly as bad a shape as the old man, just sort of shrugging along. They found some treats in the doghouse exhibit. That seemed to cheer them up a bit. Emily says, living off the land, bum bum. It's been a hot minute. Sadie. The moment I now recall most clearly from their short visit was the birdcage exhibit. The old man stopped to rest, or maybe to think. The young woman had been anxious up to that point, but she stopped as well and examined the birdcage more closely. It seemed to elicit a tenderness from her. She ran one fingernail along the bars of the wire cage, marking out a tuneless scale, like a child's xylophone, and then they moved on. Flora, I was playing in the empty cabin, and then they came by. They asked me about Dr. Truman. I know where he went, but I didn't tell them. Where did Dr. Truman go? It's a secret. Ezra told me, and I can't tell anyone else. Who is Ezra? He's my age. He doesn't really live here. He's just passing through with his brother Julian. First, they're going to help us, but I can't say any more about that. We have a lot of secrets. The lady asked me about my parents, and I told them they were upstairs, in the greenhouse. Do you want to hear a weird story? Of course I do. The old man asked me about the cabin. He said it looked like another house he knew, and he wanted to know where it came from. I told him nobody lived there, so he went inside. He took a long time exploring. When he came back out, he told me all about it. What did he find in the cabin? He went upstairs, and he also looked around the other room. I played with the dog. What did he do upstairs? He looked in some boxes. He looked out the window. He couldn't see the museum better when he was downstairs. He could tell it was all put together. And the cabin, too. He could see the shape of it better from up there. Now, that part. Now, the part that is weird. He said he went into the basement. That cabin doesn't have a basement. He said he dug through the ground to get there. Then he found a rope leading down a long pit, and he climbed down. It was so long, his arms got very tired, and he fell in the dark. He didn't get hurt, though. He crawled through a tunnel where he found a hidden garden. The garden was very dangerous. He was trapped for a long time, a prisoner in the garden. He had to sleep there. He woke up on the floor of the cabin. He came back outside, and we said goodbye, and I didn't talk to them anymore. Nat says she really wants to bring giant aphids into that. Yeah. Sure did. I've played this game, I think, twice through, and I have never seen that other side of the museum and that scene that we just played. Real fucking cool. Good job, Blue. George. We were working in the greenhouse and I saw them come up the elevator. They were lost, obviously. Annie, it was obvious. Ivy. Oh, of course. I saw them looking at that odd-shaped building. Did they go inside? No, they just looked at it for a bit. I don't know that I'd feel safe setting foot in there, personally. It always looks like it's about to take off. Actually, I guess it's sort of romantic. Anyway, they seemed interested in it. Tired, huddling under their umbrellas. They still stopped to examine the strange building. Hudson. Difficult to see or even hear a storm like that, but I was awake and alert, studying the week's forecast. It should even out eventually, I'd say. You pay close attention to the weather. Hard not to up here. The strangers wanted to know how I coped with the exposure. I guess some people will never understand the appeal of life on a sailboat. It's tragic, I'd say. Well, then they had to leave. Looking for a doctor, I think. The old man was having a bad time. It was a short conversation. Annie. Flora was playing down on the lower level, and we'd been having a glass of wine in the greenhouse. We ducked out of the way when he came in. After all, they were complete strangers. George. We didn't know them. Did they seem dangerous? No, nothing dangerous about them, but you just can't know, can you? How could you? Well, I heard the young woman ask her friend about his job. He's some kind of furniture collector or dealer, I think. It didn't sound like things were going well. Maybe they were here looking for a buyer? Yeah, definitely some kind of furniture collector or dealer. I heard him talking about antiques. Ezra. I saw you folks drive up. I like your truck. What kind of truck is that? We've got a couple of them at the shop, but this is the only one that runs. Oh yeah, with a truck like that, you've got to keep it up. That's why me and Julian don't use a truck. We just carry the houses. That sounds very impressive. Yeah, it's a big job. Me and Julian take them out to the forest every night, and then we bring them back at dawn, before the museum opens. Why do you take them to the forest? This museum is an okay place to live in the daytime, but it's no good at night. Folks just can't sleep in a place like this. Or when they do, it gives them nightmares. So we take them out to the forest to sleep, and then bring them back in the morning. I'm getting pretty tired myself. He hurt his leg. We're looking for Dr. Truman to help him out. Is he out in the forest? Yes, ma'am. He's out in the forest. He and Julian took him out there. Me and Julian took him out there a few nights ago, and he didn't want to come back. He lives there all the time now. Can you tell us how to get there? You have to follow the Green River way out east, and then hop over Lake Cumberland. The roads don't go there. But me and Julian can take you. We were just about to go anyway. I just gotta call him over. Yelling, "Kook, kook, 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 yeah!" Bird. From this height, the museum looks like a blocky crater, slowly filling with rain. From this angle, the building looks strange and abstract, like a pile of intersecting boxes and triangles. Okay, looking for the East River. Flying past this speed and angle, the farmhouse is invisible among the trees. Its location is only marked by Conway and Shannon's memories. That would be our river. From above, the huge swaying tipple looks like a small wooden lattice framing the edge of the mine entrance. A shadowy figure drags itself out of the lake, stuffs its limbs into a smart blue suit, and trudges slackly out of view. That's what we were supposed to go over. Dr. Truman's house. To follow the Green River way out east and then hop over Lake Cumberland. Oh, here it is. Ah! Forest. Nat says, that's just me going to work in the morning. A forest. It's okay. Just take it easy. I'll just close my eyes. I don't think that's a good idea. Just take some strain off your leg for a minute, and then we'll keep going. Why is this delivery so important to you? It's my last delivery. Oh, you're retiring or something? Or... Sorry. Lysette's closing up the shop. That's, damn. How'd you come to be with these people? I bet you were pretty wild when you were younger. When I'm old like you, I'll still be wild.
Feeling kind of blue.
Shouldn't be much farther now. I think I see where the settlement ends over there. These woods go on forever. Well, no forest goes on forever. At some point there's always a road or something. A parking lot. Don't act so defeated, okay? I just need to rest. We're almost there. Dr. Truman will have a nice couch or something you can rest on, and some medication or something. I don't know. Have you ever been here in the winter? I bet it's all snowy. And you can just listen to it piling up. Do you have any family you're close with? Brother or sister? Kids? Just Lysette's family, I guess. Oh yeah? Husband? Bunch of kids? Well, I guess it's just me and her now. Oh, well, two is still a family, right? I guess I was always closest with Weaver, as close as someone can be with a girl like that. She was always on her own wavelength, but we were the same age growing up, and everyone else was so busy. When she disappeared, I got pretty angry, and I guess I just stayed that way. I never really understood her, but I knew her. It's lonely without someone like that around. Sorry, You're a good listener. You have a way of falling behind, don't you? Don't be sad about it. They always wait for you. He's inside with Dr. Truman. Are you coming in? Sure, I'll come in. Dr. Truman lets me watch TV sometimes. My folks never watch TV, but I like the way it looks. I like the way it looks too. I fix TVs, you know? Whoa, cool! A TV scientist. I bet you make a lot of money. My folks had a really nice house, bigger than any of these houses, but it made them worried all the time. Then the banks took it back. We had to sleep at a bus station, but I could never get to sleep. So I just went out to fly around every night with Julian. We flew really far, and we never got lost, but when we came back in the morning, they were all gone. We'll help you look for them. Yeah, okay. Maybe we can all go looking again later tonight. Let's go see what's on TV. Dr. Truman. And yeah, I think that during the exit interview was when I really realized how badly they had me. But how else can you pay for medical school? I have college friends with debts that you can't expect to pay that back unless you're planning to sell painkillers on the side or something. Or, some kind of administrative thing. I don't know. Having seen what arthritis did to my grandmother and my best friend in high school destroy his wrist building synthesizers, he was like 17. Ailments of the joints and limbs just seem important to me. I hope that answers your question. Getting a scholarship with that pharmaceutical company had a lot of strings attached, but at least I have something to practice, even if I have to follow their market trends a bit. And hey, thanks to all those seminars, I'm an expert on the medical uses of Neripnol TM. It's not so bad. So, how about that leg? What happened exactly? It was like something grabbed my leg in the dark. Grabbed? Like an animal or a piece of machinery? That could be ugly. I've seen some joints twisted right out of... Never mind. Well, let's start with the examination. Oh, is it time to meow into the microphone? What are they singing about? They're singing about going home. Yeah, they're singing about their home because they're lost right now. It's a scary song. It's scary, but they can still sing about it. Your friend's in pretty bad shape, isn't he? Emily says, a guest streamer. She's come for her cameo. Here, how about you come sit down instead of wandering? Dr. Truman. But it's nothing we can't handle. You might have a few things to look out for in the future. Be a bit gentler with the leg or the way you walk. But you'll be okay. I've dealt with similar cases before. So, the anesthetic we'll use is called Neripnol TM. It's pretty experimental, but it's more appropriate in cases like yours. The way it works is, I'll count backwards from 5 to start the process. And then we'll just have a normal conversation as the Neripnol TM takes effect. Then I'll get started. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So let's talk about billing for a moment. The pharmaceutical company I'm contracted with recently acquired by an energy company that has some different standards for billing and revenue, so it's a bit complex now. That's the end of Act 2. I'm thinking we'll do the interlude here and then probably call it for the night because I'm getting sleepy. Emily says, I should have seen it coming, but the end of the act surprised me again. Yeah. Are people okay to hang around for the interlude? Probably be like another 10, 15-ish minutes. Biz sounds like she is happy to keep going for you. Yeah, she's a champ. She has crawled into the pillow that I had on my lap for me to use for her. Okay, cool. We'll just go ahead and start this bad boy. I'm for real going to bed now. Okay, Nat, we've heard that before. But really, good night. Thanks for hanging out for so long. Yeah? What's up? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. We're looking. Oh. Oof. Okay, we've got Evelyn and Harry. Oh shit, I forgot to read these out loud. Boy. Okay. I don't know if it's on a time cycle or... We've always thought of these two pieces as related, so it's been a very natural gesture to perform them simultaneously and on the same stage. James B. Carrington. Student production is audacious. We have the right to lie, said dramatist Antonin Artaud, but not about the heart of the matter. Obscure playwright Lim Doolittle seems to have made a project of this distinction in his play A Reckoning, originally written shortly before his mysterious disappearance several decades ago and published posthumously. The play is a favorite among companies wishing to show their knowledge of local cultural history. How unexpected, then, to encounter a production that treats the script so irreverently. This student company has gone so far as to change the title of the play and even add a new character. A silent, uncredited actor who pantomimes drunkenness with all the grace of a dog, trying to escape from under a duvet. Still, this staging of the entertainment stays true to the heart of Doolittle's work. Perhaps that's all these students owe him. Lily Thurston, Adair County News. Oh, I guess it only plays once, in fact. Huh. They all have AC. Too cold almost in July, even. He's got a hotel. Yeah, hotel life. That's living. Maybe too much. I mean, what's to stop him, really? Met some tall thing at the hotel bar. Meet some tall thing at the hotel bar. Nah. Ted's a good man. Nah, I know. He wouldn't. Run around. You're right. How about a beer? No beer today. Hard Times whiskey. That's all you got? It's good whiskey. Local. Yeah. You take deliveries from them? Sure. You ever see one of them? The boys from Hard Times? What? I heard they're strange. They work hard. They make good whiskey. Who are we to judge? Sure. Who are we? No one of consequence. What's all this bread for? Sandwiches. Rain's Law. Huh. The old ones went bad while you were on vacation? You have a good time. While the sandwiches rotted? Oh, you know me. Couldn't shut it off. 7 days on a beach, and all I could think about was work. You know, the new kitchen. Maybe hire a hostess, you know? A hostess? At the lower depths? Ha! Crazy. Nah. It's not so crazy. I was in a bar down there in New Orleans. They had a hostess. Some dive. She seats you and, I don't know, points out the specials. Could have specials every night in here. Drink specials? You make cocktails? Nah. Food specials. Monday night, chicken. I don't know, grilled chicken? Caesar salad? Class it up, you know? Bess would have liked it. Here's to Bess. Yeah. Let me grab a here's to Bess. Good Christian woman. Good Christian woman. How about that sot in the corner? Not bothering anybody. Been here long? Soon as I opened. Got started a bit earlier, I suspect. On a bender, huh? Sleeping in a ditch or something. You don't think maybe Ted? Nah. Ted's a good man, honest, well liked. He's liked, but he's well liked. Sales is a good fit. Selling hammers. Can you believe it? Somebody has to. The hammers. They don't sell themselves. Here, here. It's just hard. Ted on the road. It's tough all over. What to do all day? Come here, I guess. Sure. That's what I do. Cheap drinks, conversation, and the entertainment. Sure. What's tonight? Oh, tonight it's... Oh, Junebug. I'll stay for that. I need some music. Get my mind off Ted. Something romantic, you know? A love song from when the world was young. What time? Around 8, maybe. Well, set 'em up slow, or I'll sleep right through it. Oh, it's another act. Weird. Nah, those history programs don't make any sense. I prefer the nature programs. They think they can just say anything on TV. I don't believe there to be a damn word in the Bible about dinosaurs on the ark. Been a long time since Sunday school for me. Do you go to church, though? Nah, not since Bess. It was her church, really. Good Christian woman. Good Christian woman. Well, I'm curious to see where they're going with it. They've got you now. I just think they're going to run out of rope before long. Dinosaurs on the ark. I prefer the nature programs. Yeah. So was your vacation good? 7 days poolside. I thought you said it was a beach. Oh, sure. No, it was a pool. Was it a pool? Or a beach? Maybe. I don't remember. Weird. You think I'm making this up? Oh no, Hi, Harry. Are the old folks here? Just me and Evelyn. All morning. Hi, Evelyn. And that sot in the corner. You're early, Pearl. Your parents usually don't roll in until the evening, 5 or 6. Everything all right? Oh, sure, thanks. We just have some stuff to talk about. Well, post up here, and let's watch this weird dinosaur show. I'll stand you a drink. All Harry's pouring today is Hard Times whiskey. That all you got? They make a good whiskey. Sure, but you know, the rumors. Rumors are rumors. Put it on my tab, Harry. You driving, Pearl? Oh, God, no. You know, they want almost 40 cents a gallon? Harry whistles. I had the early shift, so I just walked over. In this heat? You still working over there at Ace Jewelry and Loan? Joe Harden proudly trading shortcuts for dignity 6 days a week since 1962. At least they have the piety to shut down on Sunday. With Joe, it's more likely a hangover. Can it be both? Well, I know you see more trade than I do. Must be slower over at the hardware store. Slow isn't the word, and now Ted is out shilling for quality hammers to make up the income. Have you considered quality hammers on your shelf? We made the switch recently and business has tripled. Well, of course, I'd love to have dinner with your lovely daughters. Evelyn. Hey, a man gets lonely out on the road. I know how it is. Nah. Harry, you've been traveling, right? Sure, yeah. Down in New Orleans, just taking a break. A vacation. Looking around for ideas. Tell her about the pool or the beach. Evelyn. Sounds nice. And the hostess. I may just cut you off. Evelyn looks dejected. Harry clears his throat. So, the pool? Or the beach? Yeah, Harry. Which was it? Well, it was a week of relaxation and now I'm back. You still look stressed. If you don't mind me saying. Ha, he just looks like that. Sure, that's just how I look. I've never known you to leave town, Harry. I've never known you to leave this bar. Oh, no, I get out. You still drive that old truck? I don't know. I think they towed it eventually. The hell you say? That must have been years ago, Harry. How do you get around now? I take the bus, or I walk. You walk to New Orleans? Watch it, Evelyn. Evelyn looks dejected. I didn't mean nothing by it, Harry. Harry, did you really go to New Orleans? Now just where do you two get off? Sorry, forget it. Sure, she didn't mean nothing by it. We'll lay off you and get back to drinking. Gotta be ready for the entertainment. Oh, who's on tonight? Tonight it's Junebug. Works for me. Round 8, I think. I'll stick around. I could use some sad music. I came here to break some hearts. What's that? To dash dreams. What are you talking about? Got to talk to my parents about their bar tab. I won't be paying for them anymore. Hang on now. No, it's time to cut the old folks loose and head west. I can't keep enabling them. You know? A debt's a debt now. Harry, I'm sorry. I know you've got a vested interest, and I don't want to make a victim of you. They'll come up with it somehow. I'm sure. No, it's not that. The thing about debts is you never know when they'll be reckoned and called in. What's that mean? I'm not saying anything, but I know debt, Harry. I see it all day. It's all around me. Like a thick gray fog. It's in the air I breathe. At the pawn shop, they have a new financial technology. I'm the ambassador. Did you know that? A new technology. It's a new kind of debt, Evelyn. And it's a mess. What do you mean, a new kind of debt? You know what we do at the pawn shop? Secured loans. We don't buy used goods. We take personal property as collateral on a loan. Then if you don't pay your loan, we sell your stuff. Sure, I get that. It works for people who couldn't get loans otherwise. I guess. Now Hardin has this new idea. He calls it a payday advance. But it's just a short-term, unsecured loan with a wicked interest rate. There's no filtering. Most who borrow can't keep up. Then he has this big pile of debts with big returns on paper. And he can sell those debts to a bank. Huh. Who's borrowing like that? Who do you think? When Joe put me in charge of it, the only dark-skinned clerk in the whole shop. You think so? I know it. Don't you see, I look just like you. You can trust me. But Joe knows they won't pay on time. There's no money in lending, but there's money in a word I can't pronounce. I won't be his shill. I just have to save a bit more, and then I'll go to California, and I'll be a real clerk at a credit union or something. Something ethical. I just have to get rid of these old parasites first. Neither a borrower nor a lender be. Well, my tab is in good shape, I think. You're behind too. Not as bad as the Slades, but... Well, Harry, the only thing I owe you is a handshake and this whiskey you're about to pour me. Let's say this one's on me, Pearl. Nah, I'm good for it. For today, let's just say it's on me. You're awfully strict about cash for a guy who just got back from a vacation. Drink up, Evelyn. Maybe you better find some other chair to sink into so your debts don't get reckoned out from under you. I'm out for a bit. I'll be back later to disappoint a couple of old deadbeats. I'll stay for the entertainment. I won't throw you out. But just remember what I said. Oh man, I don't think I got a third act in me. Oh, there's a third act, isn't there? I don't think I can save it partway through. Okay. We're going to persevere. Dramaturg's notes. To set the play in present day 1973, we needed to adjust the price of gas as discussed by Pearl, Evelyn, and Harry. We also needed some adjustments. We also made some adjustments to the description of Pearl's work. We left in a line about Rain's Law, which would have been archaic and Doolittle's time anyway. I guess the biggest change we made, besides mashing the two Doolittle plays into one, was to the title. I thought we should rename it A Reckoning and a Barfly, to mix the two titles and really be clear about where it came from. But Carrington really liked the bleak irony of the entertainment. Joseph Wheatree. Ah, thank you, Emily. I think usury starts like usual, like usury. Emily says this is where you really need that gamer fuel. Yeah, I'm flagging. I was not expecting this interlude, which is interesting to be this long. Stiffly written but well acted. There aren't many characters in the entertainment. Now playing at Buffalo Street Student Theater. But director James B. Carrington has been able to give them all enough dimension to make them interesting. Edgar Foy's performance as dejected bartender Harry is convincing, but this is not a role into which an actor can project much power. The audience pities him without ever really knowing why. Indeed, despite the cast's well-rounded portrayals, sparks only fly once or twice. Zoe Hook, Louisville Times. Louisville. Act 3 sound cues. Distant highway. Drone. Great. Oh. Barfly slumps alone at a table. That's what he said. Is that so? 11 years behind. A supermarket till. You're damn right. Damn right. I have a commitment and reliability. That's what he said. Management material. I bet they raise you to $3. I bet $4. The responsibility. Lawrence whistles. You see Pearl today? She was working all day, I think. Usually doesn't work mornings. The Slade women are all getting promoted. I think they just put her on another shift. Shift like at a pawn shop. Oh my god, 4 scenes. Oh. Rosa sardonic, black coffee, and desperation. Let's celebrate. Harry. You know, I'm gonna pull the plug. I'm not, like, in a place where I can, like, properly appreciate what's happening anyways. And we can restart the interlude tomorrow, because I'm too tired. Back to the circle. Great. Thank you so much for coming and staying for this very long stream. I hope this was a good introduction to the game for those of you who are new to it, and an interesting dive back in for those of you who have seen it before. Oh, we can pick it up. Oh, whew, whew. Great. I think I'll probably try and stream the rest of this game later this weekend, maybe tomorrow night when I get off work. So keep your eyes peeled. I will tweet about it. Thanks for coming, and have a good night, y'all.